Hello, hello. Bum, 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 bum. So, where was I? Let's check my notes. First, let me check who's online on Twitch. Mute. Where's the cable? I need to charge something.
Where's I put the adapter?
Right, I was about to work on importing the materials. Starting with something simple. Let's take a look at the ducky, Mr. Ducky. Mr. Ducky. So basically, it needs to look like this. What's this? Ah, that's a report. Hmm. I'm still a way off to be able to load this because it has actually multiple meshes. So I will have to create something equivalent to, let's say, called compound mesh or something like that. A simp allows you to merge as much as possible into one mesh, but you can't merge the entire thing in one mesh because it has different materials. So there can be only one material per mesh, so you can't merge this into just one mesh. One mesh. So I'm starting with this one because it's only one mesh. Oh yeah, excuse me. Actually, even before the duck, I am going to do even a simpler one, which is a bloody box. Because it just requires colors, doesn't have texture. So let's change the spec.
Then,
Yes.
when I had a house and I wasn't again, don't I hear something?
You what?
I died because of a dumb reason in the game.
Be right there. Give me a moment.
You can hear it if you want.
Yes, be right there.
Oh yeah, did you hear that big scream I done?
What then?
Did you hear the big...
No, I'm listening to music. I didn't hear it.
Oh.
I think it's this split. I don't need this. Optimize graph. Nodes. Right. And what's the other one? Optimize missions. don't think I need this. Hmm. Clockwise. All right, let's go with this one. What? He didn't like one of the flags. Run basic flag. There must be a way to get the logs from a sim. Let me add a note to that. Huh. Why the hell is this incompatible with the other one? Let me just Google it. Oh yeah, excuse me. We have optimized meshes. Graph, not meshes. Yeah, let's try that. So we're gonna go and remove this. Oh, it's already there. Meshes. Right. Oh, excuse me.
It's slowly packed by me. I'm giving. Mom, do you want to see? Without noticing. It's so easy to not see it. You just find the colors on the paint. I'm from Florida. I'm from here. It looks like this enough. Notice me is really good. There's only one hut. There's only one seat. So I haven't got any. But I'm hiding here. Yeah, I've not got any. No. There's one guy. I won. Oh.
How can I use this? How can I use this? Uh, okay, I see. So I can probably do, let's say,
Oh no.
oh, where's the sim? Probably this. Yeah, let's try this. Hmm. What? Did I? What? Must have deleted something here. Yes, I did. Hmm. Yeah. The heck is this? Oh. It's ignoring this because it syncs its um, compiler output basically. Yeah, and this thinks it's a library. It's fine. I'll do it right. I'll do that. So I'll do this. Hmm. Yeah, that's fine. Come on. All right, that's fine. Hmm. Do I need this? Maybe not. And then I think this one is log warning. I don't know what this one is for. Log stream. Doesn't have anything. Oh, come on. Doesn't have anything. right, so load. What we're gonna do? If not null, yeah, okay. If uh, details. Why is it complaining about this? Damn it, extra. Hey, Danilo. Welcome to the stream. Not Danilo, Daniel, sorry. Danilo. I don't know where I got that from. Daniel. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba. All right, let's see what's up in here. I'm working on mesh loading. Yes. Longer. Message. That's fine. Excuse me. All right, can I tweak the severity of these? Let me think. Wah. On debugger. Well, this seems a bit, let's see, where was the book? Like, for example, let's look at this. And default logger. All right. Excuse me. All right, let's see if I can figure this out. Something what to do. The logging is not behaving as I expected. On error. This seems a bit weird. I would expect the library to basically filter the logs at a higher level, because what I see here, let's see if this is defined anywhere else. So if we go here and do define, so looks like this is the only definition, which means every time the library calls this, like for example this one, right? This is actually never compiled out, which is a bit strange. Even if it's not used, it will still process the... If it's a complex log line, means that it needs to parse the parameters, all that crap. Verbose debug. Where is that? Right, let's see. Let's put some more breakpoints in here. Whoop. Single threaded. Actually, I need to check if I can do this multi-threaded, because then I can just load the meshes from a different thread. Actually, let me take note. Let's go with this. Elbows. Yeah, that's fine. Normal. It's nice to have all this logging, but I need to improve how it disables. Oops, let me mute this. Oh yeah, excuse me. Right, I'll leave logging like this for now. From what I see online, I can't filter out at higher levels. So the custom logger always receives these, even if the severity says otherwise. So I don't need to do anything at the moment, because then I'm just forwarding to my logging system, and my logging system will basically filter it out. It doesn't mean that it wastes the CPU formatting the messages, but that's not something I can see. I don't think a simp allows me to get rid of that. Good enough. All right, music finished. Let's put something else. God damn it. All right, we have All right, let's leave the logging like this for now. And although, let me think. Yeah, let's leave it for now. There's a small nagging thing, which is the logger gets created every time I load a mesh. That's not a performance problem, but once I improve this code to load several meshes in parallel, which I hope Asim supports, then I'll have to improve that. God dig it. Actually, let's do that right now. Bum. Where are mesh utils? All right, let's move. Yeah. This goes away. Damn scam calls.
I need to get dressed to go to the doctor. Remember, then he has this. Monster badge. I told her. We have food monster. Right. No. Are you hungry? Okay. Hang on a minute.
I get more scam calls than honest calls. Yeah?
And I need to take Danielle to the GP.
Yes.
Can you please, Natalie's a bit hungry. Can you give her something?
I can. What?
Would you like some macaroni and cheese like Danielle?
Right, I'll be right back. A few minutes.
Right, I'm back, but I don't know for how long. Because we have some guests over for a few weeks, and they have a small girl, so lots of interruptions. Let's do this. I should probably just disable the music. I mean, you guys can't hear any music probably. I think it's disabled for you, for the stream. But I am listening to music, but it's getting a bit tiring. Back to work. Pum pum pum. Right, should we init run? Ba-ba-bum. I had to close the office door. They left the TV too loud. Alright, so what we have here. Okay, that's fine. So logger sorted. Logger for loading meshes, that's what I mean. Hmm. Yeesh, so slow. Now I need to brainstorm about how to deal with materials, mesh materials. Because there is a question of when a mesh is loaded, should it create proper materials in the asset library, or should just create temporary materials so it can be used straight away? Hmm. I'm just brainstorming. Because what I think I will need eventually is I should be able to import the mesh and then change any materials, shaders, whatever. It's just my asset library still has a few limitations regarding that kind of stuff, so I don't have an actual import feature. What it does is it just uses the asset as it is. It doesn't have an actual import into the engine format. As in, when I specify this, it's just making direct use of it. It's not processing it in some engine format and then save it in the library. see. Be right back. Need a toilet break. I'm back. Right, back to brainstorming. I think the way I deal with the asset library needs to be improved. This was not the problem until now, because, like, for example, a texture asset is very simple, it's just one file texture. But then there are asset types like a mesh that when you add them to the engine, you can actually contain several things: textures, the actual mesh, material definitions. Yeah, no, basically now that I'm doing mesh loading, I'm facing some limitations in the asset library.
Okay. She's coming here.
I need to pick up the yeah. Would you like to? Okay. If you're kind of close.
Bing, bada, boom. Yeah. Woo! Jeez, the weight. Sorry. I didn't have time to mute myself.
Between my nose. God damn it. Decisions. What's with all that noise outside? Let's see what Flux engine does. Oh yeah, excuse me. Hmm. I see. So Flux creates its own. Basically, when we import something, where was it? Explorer. So it creates its own thing. So it has its own representation ready to use. But it remembers the original file. So that's why if I go here and do a reimport, you can see here that it's asking to find this file, which doesn't exist because the downloaded game doesn't have that. So let's say it's yeah.
I'm just taking a look at this, but I don't. At the moment, I'm not gonna do anything like this. Just curiosity. All right, let's look at the models. Yeah. I need to get some more ideas from here. Interesting, yeah. Where's the truck? Prefab. Damn it. I see. So when importing the truck, placed in Flux engine. So this probably comes from one single file. As you can see here, if you do re-import, it's looking for this, which we don't have. And then when you re-import, it probably creates all the separate meshes. That's what's in this folder. Wife is home. I'm just looking through the window.
Hi, 3G. Sorry, just a bit noisy here. Let me close it door. What do you mean? What do you mean you ended up on my recommendation? What do you mean? Oh, I see. Not very exciting today. I'm just brainstorming. So I was working on mesh loading. So the engine, my engine already has a bunch of stuff done behind the scenes to render meshes, obviously. But when actually loading a mesh, there's a bunch of things I need to deal with, like so. For example, if you look at the texture, so let's say texture, right? The texture asset. Basically, when you want to, okay, let's create a texture asset. It's just like one file, a few settings, done, right? But when you're talking about the mesh asset, it's a bit complicated because a mesh file can actually give you a bunch of stuff. Can give you the mesh, can give you textures, can give you materials. so I will have to improve how my asset library works, basically, to deal with some of this. So for example, here I'm loading this mesh, which the original file, let's say the original file is this. Let's say, I'll just show you how it should look like. What, Andrew? So the original file should look like this, right? But to get to this point, my asset library needs to be able to deal with importing a file like this mesh, and then create a bunch of stuff behind the scenes, like the materials, several meshes. This is actually composed of like 30 something meshes. And I can merge the meshes. That's why you still see all the pieces, because I'm basically merging the meshes into one. But then obviously materials won't work like this, because then you need individual materials. So one mesh can only have one material. So I'm just brainstorming how to deal with this. Yeah, so like I have all the, let's say, for example, if I go here and open, let's say, I have like the behind the scenes, I have what I need. My main problem is literally how my asset management works, like at the library. So this thing here, like this behind in the code, is kind of like a manager of sorts, which keeps track of all the assets, right? And the way my engine works, this was intentional, is when I add an asset, let's say, if I go here, let's say static, right? So when I do this, I'm gonna add a texture, right? So what this does, I'm not actually creating like a binary file for my engine. So this is literally referencing the original data, right? So that's why I was saying that for textures it's simple, because I can easily just reference the original file with the settings I need, like for OpenGL, or basically for the renderer. So it's basically the source file plus the settings, done. And then the way this is stored, I'm actually not creating like a binary like file like most engines do. So if I go to here, and we go here, So this is what I created right now. So my asset library is literally a big JSON file with all the settings, right? So when I import something, I'm not creating some engine binary file with the asset. So the library is literally a JSON file with all the settings pointing to the original files. I then have some improvements behind the scenes, like to kind of bake things and to speed up loading, but my library is literally a JSON file with all the settings. Right. This works fine for assets where the original file gives you one asset, right? That makes sense. But for the mesh, it's complicated because I mean I didn't have to deal with this because I only started loading meshes yesterday. So, but anyway, when you want to import, I don't have the concept of import. I just basically, like I said, I try to use the assets directly with some optimization behind the scenes. Like, for example, if I have something like some fonts, for example, fonts, let's look at the font. But so a font, the original asset is, let's say, so a font bitmap MSDF. So a font asset for me basically literally points to the original TTF, right? With settings, like what I want to do with it. And if we are talking about, if raster mode is MSDF, this is bloody slow to create because I need to create an atlas. And MSDF, it's slow to create. So what I do behind the scenes is like when I process this for the first time, it basically creates a cache that will speed up things. So let's say in this case, we'll be basically caching the atlas along with the other stuff. So let's see if we go to crazy guys. Come on, just froze. So this is, that's it. This is the asset library, right? So we have the big JSON file, and then this literally references the original assets, which is like, if I go here, like Scarfy, I mean, this references an image, right? I don't have like, I'm not hiding the data inside some engine file, right? It's literally pointing to the original thing. And then, for example, if we're talking about fonts, which would be slow to deal like that, is the first time I load the font, it basically ends up saving stuff here. Basically, there's an hash. He hashes the settings. Basically, hashes the settings to know if the asset changed, and then the resulting like internal representation gets saved. It's kind of a poor man's baking, right? But it seems to work. But anyway, this is still not a big problem for fonts because one font is one font, that's it. But for meshes, it's complicated. Because like I said, when you're loading a mesh, you need to think, right, if I'm loading a GLTF file, in engine terms, it's not one asset, right? You import a GLTF and it's a scene. It can be a scene, right? So, which means you can end up with a bunch of meshes, a bunch of materials. And the way my asset library works, it's a big limitation for that. It's complicated. I was intentionally doing it like this with a big JSON file. So it's easier for me. For small games, it's easier, right? I don't need to deal with importing and re-importing from the original assets. I basically when I'm developing the game, I just use the original assets directly, and that's it. But this complicates things. And that's why I was looking. So, for example, I already have all the behind the scenes. I have the things I need for the individual like materials and stuff. For example, if I go here, you can do like this, right? See. So I have the stuff done for the materials, but the problem is how I manage them when loading meshes. Yeah, big refactoring. It's big because it will touch a bunch of stuff, like for example, the way the UI for the asset manager is very much tied to how the thing works underneath. It's a bunch of stuff because then it's like even like how I deal with dependencies, like for example, dependencies between assets. I can go here and then do, let's say, texture, and let's see where this is being used. Right. Let's check where this texture is being used. You can show dependence. So it's being used on a material, which is this. All right. So changing how the asset library works, man, it's a big refactor. Man, it needs to be done. I just need to come up with the right approach, so I don't have to do it again anytime soon. I just don't want to have like a huge dependency like Unreal. I used to work at Epic Games, so Unreal is not something, and I can use Unreal, right? But I decided just not to use it because it's building iteration times suck. Just too much stuff I don't need. I know that from an artist perspective, would make a lot more sense to use Unreal, and we would save time. But I like tinkering, and Unreal is just so heavy. I have a stuff done for the game itself. I've been working on this for 12 years, but on my free time. Not the engine. The engine, I started the engine about 7 months ago. But I have some tech done for the game that I've been working on for 12 years. Is it 12? No, since 2012. It's more than that. Since 2012. So 14 years. Bloody hell. Yeah, it's the natural step indeed, because Unreal needs to cater for everyone's needs, right? Which means, regardless of your game type, you have lots and lots of stuff that you don't need, but other people need. And then you need to pay for it, right? You pay for it. I mean, not money. I mean, all the bulk. You need to pay for it even if you don't use it for the most part. I'm not talking about runtime. You also have the runtime cost, right? Because it will be slower than having your own dedicated thing. But build times, download times, startup times, it sucks. For example, obviously my engine doesn't have much compared to Unreal, right? But it's nice to be able to make a change, see the result in seconds, right? If you go here, you can see, right, how much memory it's taking, and it's taking this much because I have a bunch of stuff loaded, big texture. So if I close all this stuff, let's say,
Oh my god!
see how much memory it's taking, 182 megabytes. If you do this with Unreal, just launching the editor is like 2 gig or something like that. Obviously, he has a bunch more stuff, right? But I don't need all that stuff. And the game I'm working on, I'm planning on making it like low poly or retro style. I don't need all the fancy nanite and lumen. I don't need any of that stuff. There is. So when you can, but you need to kind of get out of your or basically if you open Unreal, as far as I remember, and you start, if you have no idea what's going on, right? You're gonna be starting working. You're gonna be grabbing some sample and base your game on that sample, right? And by default, the sample will have all that fancy stuff enabled because they want it to look nice, right? So you need to get out of your you need to go your own way to disable all that stuff intentionally. I'm sure you might be able to speed up things like disable a bunch of plugins like that you don't use, but I'm sure that things will break like because I worked in Unreal, right, in the engine for a bit, and when you end up with some scenario that not many people do, like for example, imagine, oh, I want to make Unreal Editor as light as possible, so I'm going to disable as many plugins as I can. I'm sure that you will end up with problems because of dependencies, like something breaks. I can give you a quick tour of what I have done for this, for the game. So the game, like I said, I have some tech I've been working on since 2012 on my free time. And while I was at Epic, I was not allowed to work on it. So for a few years, progress was very slow. Yeah. I see. Yeah. It would have been faster if I used an engine off the shelf. I tried Unreal for a week. I tried Flux for a week. Unreal is like, nah, too heavy for me for what I need. Yeah, it's all the bells and whistles, but you have to pay for it. Runtime, size, everything. And then I tried Flux. Flux is nice. So Flux engine. So basically this. This is nice. It's very kind of similar to Unreal in a way. Like it's a mix between Unreal and Unity. But the advantage is that it's very, very light compared to Unreal. And I gave this a go for like 1 or 2 weeks. Following some tutorials, and it was nice. I was enjoying it. And then, but the thing is, the gameplay, basically the gameplay logic is like C++. It's a second-class citizen. Like the engine is C++, but gameplay logic is supposed to be C#. You can use C++, but it's kind of like you can see it was just an afterthought. So all the tutorials, all the documentation is mostly around C#. And I was like, nah, I want to use one language. That's it, C++. And
Now I was still going along with the tutorials and basically figuring out, okay, the tutorial is C#, how can I do this in C++? And for the most part it was fine, but then I got to a point that I was looking at how to do UI. And it turns out that UI can only be done in C#. uh, and then I just gave up. Like, nah, I could do my own, UI system, I guess, on top, but nah. But it's a nice engine. It's a similar licensing to Unreal, so it's free up to a certain income, and then after that, if you make money, you need to pay. But it's a nice engine, and I was just using it as to get ideas from. So that's why I was looking here. This is Flux, right? So you can go here and play the game. I mean, this is not my game. This is just a sample in Flux. Oof. I was just getting some ideas. So, for example, here with a mesh, that's why I was saying with my engine, I try to intentionally simplify the asset library, but I'm finding now limitations, which are deal breakers. So, for example, what Flux does when you import something, let's say a file. So this is an audio file, right? And if we go here, you can see that it's not the original file. It's literally some Flux file. It's their own format, right? And it's self-contained, so this has everything, right? And then if we go here and do re-import, boop, you can see it still knows about the original file. So he's asking here for engine.org. That's the original one, which I don't have it because when you download this sample, it doesn't come with the original art. So you can see, you can infer that Flux does that. You import, creates its own file, and then you can re-import the original one if you need. But this is not a big deal for assets like audio, because it's, like I said, just one file. But then if you go here to the model and the truck, right? If you open the truck here, you can see that the truck is composed by a bunch of meshes, right? Meshes and materials, right? You can see like the wheels are different meshes, and you can see you have the scene graph here, right? And if you do a re-import, you can see it's a GLB file, right? There's a bunch of stuff. And you can see here that it has a bunch of submeshes, which are probably created automatically when you re-import. And that's something that my engine doesn't allow, which is a limitation. I need to improve that. Hey, sure. Surge. So let me just close the door. So we have a full house, so it's a bit noisy. Why a custom engine? Because I can. Why not? Nah, it's mostly because I want to be in control. I want to have better build times, faster iteration times. Obviously, the trade-off is I need to do it. That's the trade-off. So yeah, basically, 3G. What I need to do is I will have to probably go the same way as most engines do, which is my asset library probably needs to have some kind of proprietary format. And then basically like I said, I don't have the import step because I don't need, right? It's like referencing the original file and that's it. And then I have that baking system in the background to speed up things. But it looks like I will have to have some kind of import step like most engines do.
It's a pain. Yeah, I've used Raylib actually. When I started this engine, I was actually using Raylib as the backend. And I find Raylib, it's like, how should I put it? It's like bringing the joy back to programming, if that makes sense, right? It's like you can just have fun with it, right? It's fast, it's fast to code, right? It's very simple. It's like very straightforward. When you look at the code, the way it's organized, it's a joy. I dropped it because I was basically hitting limitations, which Raylib, no, it was made to be simple to use, right? And in a way, it's limiting. I just basically got to the point that I had to drop it. It was getting in the way for some things. So I understand what you mean. And you don't need a game engine, depending on what you're doing. You don't need a game engine. I opted to do that because I'm planning on making several games on top of this. And I'm not planning on doing like fancy asset pipelines or level editors. So my engine, like for example, you see the editor here, right? I'm not planning on making fancy game logic in the editor or anything like Unreal. So for me, the editor, it's mostly a tool to manage the assets and visualize the assets, right? For example, if you don't have an engine, if you don't have an editor, right? Okay, I'm gonna import this asset, right? And then you need to put it in the game, see how it looks like, right? And for small projects, that's fine. But as things grow, if you don't have an easy way to manage the assets, you're gonna be spending a bunch of time making sure things work, right? So if you, for me, the editor is mostly a tool to manage the assets. I can play the game in the editor. So this is the game. This is a sandbox, right? Just running random crap. But I can play in the editor and I can test the assets straight away and I can preview the assets, right? Right, I can preview the assets. It just makes faster. It's just faster than putting it in the game and loading the game. Yeah. So you see what I mean, right? If you have something that's fast to build, it's easy just to add something, add an asset, add some model to the game, go and test it. But as the game grows, you'll be spending a lot of time because then you need to have a bunch of stuff on top, like, right, this asset, it's only used in this part of the game. So now I need to have some kind of fast loading or save and load mechanism so you can speed up and go to that part where the asset is being used. See what I mean? So what most people end up doing is you have tools or debug tools or something that makes it easier for you to reduce the iteration times, right, when you're dealing with that stuff. Yeah. I know what you mean. All right, but anyway, I'll give you guys a tour of what I have for the game. So for the game is I'm working on a space-based game. You have your spaceship, and then there are a bunch of in-game computers like the spaceship computer and lots of little computers you can have in-game to control things. And it just happens that the in-game computers are actually fully simulated, and they work like real computers. You can actually change code the firmware, all that stuff. So I have all that stuff done for the computers,
but the way it's going to be presented to the player needs to be a higher level, needs to be some scripting language by default. Because if you need to do like low-level coding, it's a deal breaker. I mean, you can do it, but it's very advanced. So let's say, so what we have here. Where is it? So what you see here, this is the server running, simulating the computers, and all the white stuff, it's the kind of the dev kit to develop for the computers. Players won't have this to begin with because this is very low level. I will eventually give this to players, but it's very advanced because it's just, you need to code really. There will have to be some kind of, like I said, some kind of higher level scripting for the computers to make it easier, like retro style. Yeah, so what I did was I developed an instruction set inspired by ARM, RISC, whatever you want to call it. This actually started before RISC-V, so it's not inspired by RISC-V because that was before RISC-V. but you know, it's RISC inspired, and then I have the toolchain around it. I have the emulator, I have the compiler, the assembler, the linker, the editor, all that crap. So for example, if you go here, hello world, samples. This is all custom made. The editor is custom made. The only thing that's not custom made is the C compiler. I ported the C compiler. Basically, I made a backend for a C compiler. So the only thing that's not custom made, it's the compiler itself that was ported. The rest, like the editor, the linker, the assembler, that's all custom made. So if we go here, by the way, I'm always looking up because I have an ultra wide screen plus another one on top. So that's why I'm always like whoop whoop whoop. But the stream is like only in the middle. I thought about that. If this turns out successful, it would be nice if someone put this on FPGA. I will make available the specifications for everything, obviously, like for the instruction set. But so if you go here, hello world, right? You can see here that this is the minimum you need. This is the minimum you need for an hello world application, which is rather simple, all things considered. So the only thing it's doing is literally, what is it? Getting the frame buffer address, and then looping through a string and copying the characters to the screen buffer. That's it. And then you get an hello world. So if you do this, hello world. So this is a view into the computer. So the computer is actually running remotely on this process, but you can basically view it from here, right? Yeah, and then you can see all the peripherals connected. So CPU, clock, screen. Clock is actually like a proper clock, like real-time clock. You have timers and everything that you can code. Screen, keyboard, network card, and this controller. So you can see the devices that are attached to the computer. What do you mean can only run on that? So the idea is, again, this is most, at the moment, this you see on screen, it's a tool for me to code the firmware for the computers, right? So I'll explain what I mean. So imagine I need to experiment with gameplay to see what's fun or not. But imagine it's a space-based game, and you have your spaceship, you go around, do whatever you need. So whatever the game is, like you can go mining, fighting other people, whatever. And the spaceship has a computer, right? Like you see in Star Trek. And the computer controls everything in the ship. Doors,
lights, weapons, shields, engines. So the computer controls everything. And you can just play the game as it is. You don't need to do any coding, right? So you can just do whatever you need, whatever the game ends up being. But it just happens that the computer is actually full simulated. So you can, if you want, you can code your own OS, you can tweak whatever you want. See what I mean? But again, this is all about it's all about presentation. I need to do this in a way that coding is not required. Like it's like I always compare this to Minecraft, which is I need to come up with an approach that the game is still fun without any redstone, if you know what that is in Minecraft, right? So you can still play survival without doing any fancy redstone stuff, right? But then you discover redstone is like, oh my god, I can do this and that. So I need to come up with the same vibe, right? It's like you can play the game as it is, and then you discover there's a whole new dimension, right, with the computers. Yeah. So as you see, one of the components you can attach is a network card. This, right? You can see like the stats, what's going on, interrupts. Because the machine even has interrupts. It's like a real computer. So it has a network card, and computers can connect to other computers, right? So every computer has like an address. You can think of it as an IP, and you can send packets to other computers. So you can end up in situations that you can hack other people. Or you can trick them, like, give them some floppy with some firmware. So, but again, this is all about how do I present this? This needs to be fun without requiring low-level coding. And then the low-level coding is just another dimension that you can dig into, right? That's the plan. That's the plan. I need to come up. It's a tough sell because I need to come up with a gameplay loop that's fun without coding, right? Because if it requires coding, it's like dead on arrival, right? It's a very, very niche market. I need to come up with some gameplay loop that's fun without coding, and then introduce coding with a higher level thing. So the plan is, so if you go here, like, so you can use assembly at the moment, right? The toolchain allows assembly and C. So if you go here to this, yeah, exactly. So most people will not unless they play the game for a long time, and then they kind of slowly discover like some kind of higher level scripting. See what I mean? So if you go here to the OS, I have a proof of concept operating system. So what this is doing here. So the instruction set works like a real computer. You can have like you can create a preemptive kernel and everything, right? So what I'm planning on doing is when you're playing the game, say the computers, any computers have the default firmware, the default OS, right? And if you go look here at the assembly, let's say assembly, right? You go look at this, and this is easy, all things considered, right? But the architecture actually has a bunch of advanced features that are not enabled by default. So the architecture has like a virtual memory, address translation, memory protection, interrupts, right? It has all that stuff that you need for doing a proper operating system. And that's available, but disabled by default. So by default, it's like a linear model, no protections. You can do whatever you want. That's why you can easily do this, right? You're just querying the hardware, writing whatever you want. So that's it. This is kind of easy mode. But if you enable all that stuff, you can make an OS. And what I'm planning on doing is the default operating system uses all those features as a proof of concept. So what you see here, this is it's going to be, it's the basics for the base for the operating system. And what I already have underneath is I already actually have a preemptive kernel that you can have multiple processes running. You have address translation. So if you see the booting here, right, if you go here, you can see that when it's booting, it's doing something similar to Linux. It's creating like the address. Basically, it's kind of what's called the address space. Basically, it's dividing the address space into kernel space. It's here. So what was it? So user space, like setting up the pages because we have pages. So setting up the pages for the user space. God damn it! Why does it keep? This fall is not working. I wanted to disable the falling, but every time it's logging something, it just goes to it. So you can see setting up the kernel space. So I have all that advanced stuff, but it's basically hidden from the. It will be hidden from the players by default. But if you want to do your own OS, you don't need to do any of that complicated stuff. You can do a simple operating system for your needs without having multiple processes. The reason the default operating system is complex is because it's a proof of concept that everything works, right? I need to test pages, memory protection, all that stuff. I need to test it. So it's a proof of concept. At the moment, the OS is not actually doing anything useful. It's just the kernel, start initializing the hardware, setting up the pages. And then I have two dummy processes. So what you see here, when it's logging something here, you can see it's logging something. What it's doing is basically switching between a dummy hello world and the kernel. So it's actually doing the multi-threading basically. I just don't have any applications running. It's complicated. So I have a bunch of stuff done behind the scenes, like this here allows me to see all the servers running. So I have one server running. Actually, now this process is running several services. The process is running database server, VM server, the disk server, because disks are stored in a different server. You can by disk I mean one of the peripherals you can attach to a computer is a disk controller, which lets you attach like 10 drives. Right, let's you can call it floppies. Yeah, so what you see here, so this is the OS, right? But like I said, this is actually not running here, right? This is actually being run. This is run remotely, so this is actually running here. This is a server, right? I just happen to be running locally, right? But this is a different process. This is a server, and then this tool here lets me manage the servers, right? So you can see the servers I have running, which just happens to all come from this process, right? But I'm sure I will need improvements. But what I have at the moment is I can launch a bunch of servers. Let's say I'm planning on simulating around at least 1,000 computers per server, right? Because the computer will have limited like resources. Like for example, you can see here that this computer has 256K of memory, and I think it has a target speed of 2 megahertz. Obviously, the megahertz it doesn't reflect the real world performance because of IPC and all that stuff. But anyway, it's a target of 2 megahertz. I say target because if the computer is idling, that's what you see here, megahertz. It's not doing much. That's why it's not reaching 2 megahertz. But it's target of 2 megahertz. And I'm planning on simulating potentially thousands of computers per server. But if the game ends up successful, there will be situations that I need to actually have more than 1,000 computers, right? So, and that works by spawning more servers, and they all create a mesh. So the servers communicate with each other, and they basically create a mesh, which means that a computer on one server can still communicate with a computer on another server. See what I mean? It's like they're all connected. Yeah, I'm sure I will have problems there, right? So because some of this stuff I haven't tested much, right? But I can go easily. Let's say I think at some point I tested having like multiple VM servers, so I can have one computer from this server communicating with another computer on another server. But let's say I can go. Let's close this. Let's say I can go here and do. Let's say this. So create multiple machines. Target speed. How many? Let's say 1,000. Pow. Right, and then you can see here. This thing with the threads was done, man, like 10 years ago. More than 10 years ago. I will probably have to improve this. So it's like when I launch a server, I specify how many threads I want to work for the computers, but it doesn't scale as well because a server can have like basically I need to know upfront how many threads I want to use, and that doesn't scale well. It needs to adapt to the hardware. But this is very old stuff. I need to improve. But you can see here that I'm simulating 1,000 servers. Right. See? No, sorry, 1,000 machines running on this server. They are not doing much. That's why you can see that the load level per thread is very low because they're all idle, right? It's just doing bookkeeping. So the computer's not doing anything. Let's try something fancy. I'm gonna go reboot. I think I have a way to launch the OS on all these machines. I think. Yeah. Let's see. Create VMs. Build project. Yeah. So I can. Basically, I'm gonna do. Well, if it crashes, this is live testing. So let's say there's a way to delete all VMs. Delete. There you go. So if we refresh this, yes, all VMs are gone. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to launch 1,000 new computers that load the OS. So let's see if it works. Create VMs, 1,000, 256K of memory, speed 2 megahertz, and this is probably a Boolean. There we go. Success, baby! So I launched the OS on 1,000 machines, right? And you can see here now that the load is slightly higher than it was before. Because, so if now you can go here and open, let's open this one. Let's disable auto refresh because that's a performance killer. So if we go here and go open simulator, you can see that this computer is actually running the OS. The reason it's still, even though I have 1,000, it's still showing very low usage is because the OS is like a proper OS. It's actually sleeping when it doesn't have anything to do, right? So because the only thing it's doing is switching between an hello world and the idle task. That's why it's not showing much usage basically. Yeah, so we can test something here. Again, this is all. We're testing this on the spot, but we can do something like this. Let's say. Again, it might crash at some point, but we'll see. So create single VM and open simulator. Right, let's try OS apps. I'm gonna put some just busy code, busy loop.
So you can see here it's switching between the idle task. So it's like Windows, you have an idle task, Windows or Linux. If the computer is not doing anything, it switches to the idle task, which puts the CPU to sleep. It's switching between the idle and hello world, which is probably this. So let's see if I remember this code. This was done like a year ago. Yeah, if I remember this correctly, this is even creating a separate thread for testing. Forgot that. The OS even supports threads already. So it's creating a separate thread. Another thread. Yeah. And just trying to remember what was happening here. I think what's happening is this probably puts the application to sleep until there is a message. Yeah, so I think it's kind of like on Windows. It just puts the process to sleep until there is a message. At the moment, I don't have auto restart. I will at some point. So I will have a watchdog. I will have a watchdog that detects if the server crashes. But there are lots of off-the-shelf solutions for that. All right, so I guess this will put the thing to sleep. If I use this one instead, or was it? Try. Let's see, what can I do here to up thread. Trying to come up with thinking of a way to put a busy loop in here without breaking things. No, I don't have, man. This was all done before AI was a thing. Remember, I've been working on this since 2012. There was no RISC-V. There was no OpenAI. Go figure. All right, so what I'm gonna do here is gonna be such thread. First custom quit. I literally forgot what's happening with this. So what we're gonna do? Yeah, I can probably just stack. It's just not a busy loop anyway, so what I'm gonna do as well. This will probably work fine. Just need a busy loop, really. Now it's gonna be spamming probably. So it's gonna be spamming this main thread thing probably.
Is it? No, I didn't. Well, true. What am I missing here? Hello world, hello world. Where is it? Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Hello. Hello world main. Yeah. True. It's not doing anything with this. Do I have logging disabled? I don't think so. Man, I haven't touched this in at least like 8 months before I started working on the engine. So I need to refresh my memory. So why isn't this being called? It is being called. In thread. Then it's blocking somewhere. Post. Thread 1. Ah. It's probably this. Ah, I see, because the original loop is basically wait for a message and then it blocks here forever. Because it's not receiving any message, it's still running this thread. Okay, so what's happening here is does this once and then boop, closes the thing. So if we do this, this should keep printing this. Just a busy loop doing some logging, basically. There we go. So see, the application is just busy, and you can see in between is still, so in between is still showing other logs, which is the kernel. So the multitasking, see the multitasking working, it's switching between the application and the OS. So if you go here now to the usage, this should be busier. See here, target. So basically now it's making full use of the CPU, and you can see the target, like the current speed of the machine is 2 megahertz, right? Which means now if we close this, delete this one, and we're gonna launch the OS on 1,000 machines, which are gonna be all busy. We'll see how much load it's taking. I suspect there will still be some cycles left on the host. So we go here and we do help. Yeah, let's eat all the cycles. Let's see what's happening. I'm just disabling this because this asks for a bunch of stuff from the server, and it just makes the tool slower. It just freezes when it's refreshing. So I need to do this. All right. Yeah, you can see here now they're all running at the target speed, right, 2 megahertz, and it's still like only halfway. Basically the threads are still only at 40% load. so with, I'm sure there will be overhead here that I'm not accounting, but let's say looks like I can probably run around 2,000 computers on this server with 4 threads. And I can run more, but what I mean is like I can run 2,000 and still hit the target speed on each machine. Yeah, so I would be okay for 2,000 computers on this server. But remember that we're talking about 1,000 players. No, it's probably less, because a player can have several computers, right? So the way I see this is you won't have just the ship computer, right? Anything in the game that like in real life, that's the way I see it. So a funny thing I want to do is you have the ship computer, right, which is one computer, but then imagine you have the missiles or the photon torpedoes. So when you launch a missile or a torpedo, that can have its own little CPU, right, with the homing system. And I see that as also a simulated computer. So you can have a bunch of computers per player. Yeah, so I know I will have to experiment and see what's fun. But the way I see this is I can have all these little things like missiles, right, which has its own default firmware, like the homing system. So basically, instead of having the homing system, instead of being logic that I code in the engine, right, it's actually logic in the firmware of the computer. So the players can change. The player can improve the homing system of the missile if he wants by just flashing a new firmware. But lots of work to do. Again, this is all very niche. Needs to be done in a way that's fun. We'll see. Let's see what's happening in here. If we go here, you can see the hosting server. See, hosting server. Well, obviously, I have a machine with 16 cores, right? Yeah, 16 cores. So that's why it only shows up as taking 5%, because I'm only using 4 threads. The marketplace for firmware. I have lots of ideas. The problem is execution and time, right? I can imagine being a kind of marketplace in game for players to exchange floppies with firmware. And then you can put malware into that ultra guided missile. Just put some malware in there, some crypto miner. A funny thing that so I've been working on this for so long. A funny thing that I used to have a friend of mine watching the streams. Actually, I met him on the streams when I was streaming coding. Some Russian guy, and he used to be on my streams a lot. And he was so at some point I actually had a zip where you could download the server and the toolchain, and you can actually start coding your own OS. So he was coding his own OS, and what he did was he built a chat application. So the machine has, like I said, as you notice, the machines have a network card, right? So he built an OS with which had a chat application, right? And you could use the chat to basically chat with other players, right? Because the chat basically had to put the address and they would connect to the other machine. And then what people end up doing on my stream was a few viewers downloaded his OS, and then I hosted the server on my machine at home, right? And then while on stream, they were using that OS to chat between themselves. See what I mean? That was funny to watch. It was funny. It's all the meta. Yeah, yeah, he's actually a very smart guy. He's a really good programmer. I never met him in person; it was only on the streams. Uh, but he's a very smart guy. Since then, the machine changed a lot. Like instruction set changed. Uh, I changed a bunch of like the how the architecture works with interrupts. So that OS doesn't work anymore. So depending on the execution, there is a bunch of opportunities here, right? But we'll see. It's a tough sell. I'm aware of it. All right, I need to go for a wee wee. I need to go for a wee wee. I'm going for a wee wee, and I'll be right back. But first, I need to clean my glasses, and then I need to get back to loading meshes. All right, I'll be right back. Let me just put this on mute. I'm back, baby. Let's stop the music. Right, so back to brainstorming. I'm actually not doing much coding today, just thinking about the problems with the asset library. I am full-time on this since January. So when I finished my last job, it was October. I took a small break, took it easy until January, and then in January I just started full-time on this. So I have approximately 1,133 hours just on coding. I mean, I'm tracking the time only since January. That's just since January, obviously. And I have days that I work a lot. So yesterday was, let's see, per day. Yesterday was 12 hours. You can see it here, 10, 12, 10. We have guests here, so some days I can't make that. I try to at least make 8 hours a day. But I do have lots of days that you can see 11, 11, 10, 9, 11. Yeah. I try to at least work 8 hours. Obviously, I'm streaming most of the time. Like all this time, maybe all those hours I probably streamed, I don't know, maybe 70% of those hours. Obviously, we have lots of hours that is just like this, me thinking or talking, and so I'm also counting those as coding, but obviously I'm just not really coding. I'm working on the engine basically. Right, I am out of ideas. The few times that I'm not streaming is actually days like these that I'm just brainstorming and I'm not really doing anything that's fun to watch. And then I just go, all right, I'm gonna turn off the stream and I'm gonna keep working and then I'll be back. What can I do with this? My plan is work on the engine for another month or so. Obviously, the engine will never be finished, right? That's never finished. It's only like what are the minimum features I need. So my plan is to work on the engine for like another month or so, and then start experimenting with gameplay ideas. Because I want to have a prototype of some gameplay ideas by the end of the year, so I can see what's fun. I need to start building a community. Basically, I need to start playing the system, play the game like TikTok and all that bullshit. Need to build awareness. I don't like playing that game, but I need to. It's like otherwise, I know it's like if I leave all that stuff for the end, there's no community, there's no audience. You know, all that bullshit with bullshit is necessary, like Steam wishlist. right? There are like these numbers, like, oh, you need to have at least 2,000 wish lists to be able to make money on it, and basically I have a Steam business account already, because when I started working full time on this, I did all that stuff already. I don't have a page for the game yet. I will have to create that stuff. Let's see. I don't even remember how that works. Let me see if I can figure it out. Yeah, she's that chameleon thing is even my youngest kid is always talking about that. Right. Where the hell is that? So we gonna go store. Yes. I really need to create a page for the game, so people can at least, you know, wish list it, even though there's nothing to play yet. Just give me a moment. I'm trying to log into Steamworks, but I haven't done that in a few months. Yeah. Crazy Gaze Limited, that's my company, which has existed for a while now, because I was providing services through my company. But yeah, I have a Steam account for this. I just need to create the actual game pages and all that stuff. But I haven't taken any time to deal with that. And it's like I'm always working on the engine. At some point, I need to start doing these things, right? I can't leave this for the end. Applications. It's me and my wife, so she's a director too. She does all the paperwork. I need to look into that. The problem is I don't have the funds to hire anyone. I mean, I have money in the bank, but that's for me, right? It's like I'm not taking what I'm doing. Like, so my latest job paid really well. I saved a bunch of money, but it's not much left by now. And my wife is basically footing most of the bills now, and I'm just drawing a very small salary from those funds I saved for me to help. But I used to be the main breadwinner, right? And now it's her, and I'm just drawing a very small salary to help to stretch it. So I don't really have the money to hire someone at the moment. Yeah, pay with peanuts. pay them with coffee. I'm planning on exploiting my youngest son. Not the youngest, the oldest, because he's really good with art. So he's 11 years old, but he's really good with art. And I'm planning on exploiting him and do some very simple games with him. He would be happy to do it. So he could do the art, and I could do the coding. And obviously, I would pay him an allowance. Yeah, I thought about that. Again, it's one of those things that I know about it, and I just didn't get around to do it. I know there are UK and Scottish grants to help small businesses, and especially in the games industry. but I just haven't done that yet. I need to. That's what I mean, like setting up a game page and start building up all that stuff. I need to start doing it. I just haven't done that yet. I'm always working on the engine, and I need to start splitting my time. For example, one of the things is like I need to come up with a name for the game, so I can actually have a page. Although when you create the Steam page, I think you can still change the name later. I think. But but to be able to start talking about the game, and I need to have a name. You work in academia, so what do you do? All right, let me. I'll be I'll be brainstorming about this stuff. All right. I'm gonna start having neck pain. Like the screen I use for the browser is above. That's why I'm always like, yeah, baby, smooth shave. And the cat is meowing because I have the door locked. It's meowing at the office door. What do you want? So he comes through the office, doesn't stop. He just goes straight to the window to get out again. It's like, seriously. He's just passing through the office. Come to the door, out the window. He could very much just use the cat flap, but no. His Majesty. Yeah. So my last job ended up kind of like that. So I was employed, right? And I was working for them, but then it was a company in Israel. And then at some point I was like, okay, do you guys mind if I just start my own company and then I provide a service through my company? And they didn't mind, so then I switched to doing that. So I was kind of consulting, like just a one-man company, right? So I did that for maybe 1.5, 2 years. I was still working fixed hours, right? But I would just invoice them at the end of the month. That was it. I think these are binary. Yes, they are. Yeah. Ah man, as a soft engineer, I'm crossing my fingers that the bubble pops. Man, it's like all the slop. It's man, it's complicated. There are so many things wrong. I'm not even talking just about the software engineering side. As a society, we might adapt and something good comes out of it. I had this conversation plenty of times on stream and with friends. But it's bad in so many levels, like scams. You can't trust anything you see online. Most of the web is flooded with the AI slop, fake news, and because it's a tool, it can be automated. It's like you can basically flood the system or the internet, right? You can basically flood anything with AI slop because it doesn't cost you. You just scale it. I mean, you pay the money, right? But it doesn't. Man hours is not the problem now. See what I mean? You don't need to put any effort into it. You can just automate the thing. So I see this as a problem for scamming because it's just a numbers game. So if you are a scammer and scamming someone, basically the economy, the economy of things, right? If scamming someone takes a lot of your time, right, you're not going to be doing it because it's not worth it for you. And now with AI, they just completely remove that barrier, right? If you as a scammer, right, if you can scam 1,000 people at the same time and only of them takes the bait, right, it's worth it. But I let's make it easier. So you just scam, say hi, do a spin, and then you go.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye. Close the door.
Why don't I just stand here?
Yeah, you can stay there. It's fine.
Now I'm going. Bye.
Oh man, yeah, that's so ridiculous. So you literally have the problem. It's a problem. Now people write a bunch of slop because it's AI, right? Let's say emails, whatever. It's easy to get more output. But then because it's so much stuff, no one can read it or they don't bother. So then they have their own AI to read it for them. It's like I find this whole thing so ridiculous. It's like, in a way, like you can think of this as like a transport layer that's so verbose, right? Imagine you want to convey some information to someone. Instead of writing a single sentence, some bullet points, you send them a huge block, a huge wall of text generated with AI. And then because it's too much, on the other end, the other end point, right? You have an AI summarizing it for the other guy. So it's like kind of like this stupid transport layer that has so much verbosity in there. It's so ridiculous. In a sad way. My previous job, one of the guys that one of my friends is still there, so sometimes he gives us some gossip. And one thing that happened a few days ago was they asked them to refactor this thing. Yeah, we worked on an SDK, and they asked him to refactor something, right? And he was like, okay, if I'm going to refactor this, it's going to take like a whole sprint. And they were like, oh no, that's too long. Just use AI. You do this like quick. So he used AI and he made refactor the entire thing like in a day, right? And then no one wanted to review it because it was too much. It's like you can't have your cake and eat it, right? He wanted me to do this fast, and now no one wants to review it. Now it's like what? It's a bloody joke.
God damn it. God damn it. Yes, that's it is. I don't think it's a possibility. I think that's what they're trying. It's what they are trying to do. They're just trying to capture the market, right? And then eventually they will hike the prices even more. Now the question is, will we keep paying, or we will just say, no, this is enough? But you already have, man, if you go online, you find lots of people talking about this, like on YouTube. Like you have people that they are so dependent on the chatbots that they can't do anything now. Like they basically use a chatbot to run their lives. Like they can't make a decision for themselves. Like, oh, some friend invited me to go to their place today for a barbecue, whatever. Should I go? It's like, seriously, you're asking a chatbot to make the decision for you? Should you go? They just can't think for themselves. It's so, man, I think it's so unhealthy. I worry about this crap, man. It's like, as a society, I think this is so unhealthy. It's like social media taken to an extreme. Like, you know how social media is bad for your brain, like doom scrolling or watching like shorts all the time. See what I mean? You understand how bad that is for your brain, right? Now with AI, that's even worse. You're just delegating all the thinking. It's like you won't be able to. I guess there will be people that they can leverage that as a tool and still learn, right? But for the most part, I see society as, if this is here to stay, all this AI bullshit, I see as a society will get dumber and dumber. I mean, the average, right? Yeah, I am using AI to a certain point, to a certain level. So I'll explain. I haven't tried. I tried to use it as a tool, right? And I would prefer not to. I would prefer to do everything on my own. But I had to make a conscious decision. Like, for example, what I do is, let's say, right. So I have ChatGPT here, right, and then you can see I just use it for. Basically I tend to use it as like a Google on steroids, right? It's like it's Google with a better interface, and I can. It's faster. It's faster to do a first search here, right? And then go and dig deeper if I need to, right? So I find this use, it's for me it works, right? As instead of Googling, I just use ChatGPT as a first pass, let's say. And always with the what's the word? Basically, I know that he makes mistakes, right? And it can be wrong, and I just need to double check or whatever. But I use it as a search tool, basically. And then for in Visual Studio, sometimes I go, right, I have a huge function to write, and I know what to do, but I already have something similar, and then sometimes like, fuck this, Copilot, given this, write me a function for this, and gives me the code. I debug it, I refactor it, try to understand as much as possible. And I noticed that it speeds up things a bit for me, because it's I'm just one guy, right? I'm trying to leverage this as a tool.
but I noticed that it does affect me. Like, since I'm not doing every single line of code, I still refactor it and I touch most of the code, but I'm not doing. It's not. How should I put it? For some things, I was not the one thinking about it and solving the problem. Right? If I'm the one solving a problem, I will remember it. I will learn something from it. If I'm not the one solving the problem, I'm not learning anything. And I noticed that the fact that I'm relying on it as even that as a tool, I am losing my edge as a software engineer. And again, depends on what level you want to work on, right? If my objective is to manage and be at the higher level, then yeah, great, right? It's a tool. I can do more. I'll just need to accept that I will forget all the little details, right? And that's it. I accept it. But I love coding. That's what I like. And I'm noticing that it's affecting my skill. Like after a few months, like silly stuff. Like I've been using C++ for over 20 years, right? And because I actually look, I was even using like autocomplete. At the moment, I don't even have that enabled, right? But for example, if you go, let's say, let me close this. I'll give you an example of one of the things I already disabled because it was messing up with my head so much. So whenever you're coding something, right, I had that enabled like for a few months. Like I'm writing some code, right, and then Copilot was on, kind of enabled everything, and then as soon as I did like if whatever, right, Copilot would go like suggest like a bunch of lines, and for the most part, it was giving me like good hints, like okay, I can loop this data like this and whatever, right? It was kind of like code completion on steroids, right? Instead of being like completing a single statement, would complete like a bunch of lines, a function. And I found it was useful. It was, it was kind of doing some of the thinking for me, like the little details in the language, like doing a for loop for this and for that, or using like STL, this container, blah, blah. Things that I would spend a few seconds more, or I had to go and look, how do I use this container again, right? Copilot to just spit out the entire function, and that's it. I just debug it, it works. And I was using it like that for a few months, but I noticed that I was forgetting like so much stuff, like, and I've been using the C++ for like over 20 years. But if you don't do it, what's the saying? Use it or lose it, right? And I was getting really to that point that simple stuff like, okay, I'm going to create this class, I'm going to override these things, like little details in the language, like about the constructors and the structures that I've been doing like for 20 years. I got to the point where it was like, what was the behavior here again? What was that little detail? And it's like, seriously, man, you've been doing this for 20 years and you don't remember? Stupid stuff. And then I got to the point, okay, I'm gonna disable this Copilot stuff. So what I do now is it's on demand. Like I'm writing something, and then if I want Copilot to suggest completion, I need to hit the shortcut. So it's enabled explicitly. Yeah, I think, I don't know, man. As a society, I see so many bad things here. We might adapt. I hope we adapt, and when we find a balance. But at the moment, I think it can be a very powerful learning tool if you already have the intelligence and the what's the word? If you already have the intelligence to be smart about it, like it's a tool. I'm going to make use of it. I know the problems, like the problems as in if I abuse it, if I rely on it too much, I will be losing my skill instead of improving. So I think if you are aware of it and you're smart enough to use it as a learning tool, I think it's really powerful. And that's the approach I'm trying to take. It's like, for example, using ChatGPT for searching. I think it's really powerful because it's way faster than Google. You just need to make sure that where are the mistakes and confirm things. So on my end, I see it as powerful, but in general, I think it's still bad as a community because now you're not visiting the websites, right? You're not viewing those. I mean, not the ads, but you know what I mean. It's like if you're a blogger, right? You create really good content. You want people to visit your blog, and that was the old-fashioned way. Like you go to Google, you search something, you go and read some blog. And now with the chatbots, they farmed all that knowledge, right? Put it behind a paywall. You search it with ChatGPT, and the people that created the content, they don't see a penny. We lost the forums, right? Stack Overflow, that's the best example, right? It used to be huge. As soon as ChatGPT took off, Stack Overflow started dying. It's like it's the best example, right? And anything you want to search as a software engineer, Stack Overflow, it's dead. And I recognize that as a tool, it's handy for me. As a user, it's very handy for me. But it just kills the people that creates the content. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't know, we might adapt and find a way to deal with that. But at the moment, you just kill the creator. It's like, why would anyone create new content if they don't get any reward for it, right? They don't even get views now because no one is going to be viewing their blog. Exactly. It's and then it's so stupid. So you know that Anthropic, they got fined a few billion just days ago. They got fined a few billion for copyright infringement on books. Right? You know that? Billions. But it's just peanuts. And then it was billions split between thousands of publishers and authors. And most of those people, even though they won the case, they still losing because they wasted their time. They got like, there was a case that I was reading. The guy, it was an author. He got 3,000, the lawsuit, basically the fine was billions. And he got $3,000. He had to travel. Yeah, obviously most people didn't bother, but some people, some people just wait for the thing and then you get the money. But he ended up traveling. He wasted the time that he could have used for other business, and he ended up basically getting $3,000 from the lawsuit. And that doesn't cover anything, right? It's ridiculous. And it's like the people making money out of this is the AI companies and the lawyers. So the lawyers that had to deal with that case, they got over 100 million. Right? It's a bloody joke. And the stupid thing is, so Anthropic or OpenAI, Meta, they basically copy whatever they want, and then they just deal with the lawsuits, if any, right? So they basically stealing all the information, right? Putting it behind a paywall, right? What used to be like free knowledge, put it behind a paywall. The creators don't get a penny, right? And the rich thing is that a few months ago, you might remember, Anthropic started putting limitations on how you could basically use their models. So basically, if you are some other company or that has some AI tool that you can use other models. So I don't remember the terms, but basically, they put limitations on how much you could use their tools if you're basically connecting from somewhere else, right? Like some other tool. So because they didn't want people to abuse the system like without paying, right? But it's rich coming from them because that information, the knowledge, was stolen already from. So they stole it, put it behind a paywall, and then they complain that people are trying to get it for free from them. So they put limitations on it. Oh man, it's rich. I just hope we somehow. I wish this entire thing just burst. I wish a bunch of those guys just got arrested, like Sam Altman, a bunch of these people. The thing is, most likely, the bubble bursts. These guys still walk away with billions, right? Because imagine OpenAI goes public, right? Because that's what they want to do, right? They go public because they want to exit, right? Go public, sell everything. I'm out, right? These people still walk away with millions or billions. The taxpayer ends up paying for the bubble burst, right? And these guys don't get punished for all this crap they created. So that's the most likely outcome. But I really hope we as a society end up figuring this out, right, going forward. I don't know. It's very depressing. It's like, especially when you have kids. I don't know if you have kids. I have 2 kids, and I worry about the future, man. Like it's like my oldest kid is really good with art, and he also wants to learn coding because that's what I do. So he wants to learn coding, and I don't know what to tell him. It's like some days I think I should just convince him to be a plumber. Where are you from, by the way, then? You're talking about Americans, I suppose you're not American. Yep. So anything manual that requires arms, it's safe for now. He's really good with art, so it would be nice for him to continue with that, but I don't know, man. It's like with everything going on, let's see if I can find some of his drawings, like old drawings.
In the airport to see the airplane. Yeah, you are coming back with Belle. Yes.
All right, look at this. So this was done 2 years ago. So he was 9. So this is hand drawn with a kind of water. I don't know the name. So basically the kind of marker. So this was like 2 years ago. He was 9 years old. Let's see if I can find another one.
Are you coming? You promised me you are coming. Please, please, please.
Oh, you're in Edinburgh. Okay, I'm close to Edinburgh. Yeah. So he was almost 2 years ago. So he was 9. He was also 9 here. You might recognize this from a movie. So this was from a movie from Amazon. Was it Amazon? What's the name, man? Tomorrow's War or something like that. Yeah.
Oh, I'm already on.
So he basically watched the movie and then he just made this without looking at anything. These are the monsters in the movie.
Embarrassing.
Embarrassing vagyok.
Not you, but it's embarrassing.
Bocsi. Tiszta Tibi ez a gyerek.
Like this one here.
So this one here he was. So this one he was seven or maybe 7 years old. And it doesn't look like much, but if you zoom in, you can see all the details. So I think he was 7 years old on this one. So I could imagine him doing a game with me, like some simple game. Yeah, he's really good, but the problem is he hasn't done much lately because he video games. So now he just plays all day. I'm always telling him to go and draw something, practice, but now he's just playing video games all day. Actually, not Roblox. He's been playing. He plays Minecraft a lot. He's actually really good with redstone stuff. Minecraft a lot, and a few weeks ago, he used to play in the living room. A few weeks ago, we moved the PC to his room, so now he has his own setup, and now he just spends all day there, well, especially now on holidays. And he's been playing Minecraft and Doom 2016. Yeah, that's how we started with Minecraft. So we started. I remember when I started playing with him, because he loved Lego, so he's really good with Legos too. That's how we started, basically, Legos, and then Legos, Minecraft. You can see where it goes. He used to. We have one of the rooms. We call it the Lego room. Look at this mess. This was a few years ago. Now we have more, and you can see all the Legos here. They're actually behind the door. There is actually more of these things. So we have literally thousands of pounds in Legos. And now the room is not like this because that's where we made his room. But geez, we couldn't even open the door. Look at this. So he improvised this. You could they even had like a site, and you could actually take off the magazine. This one was this just a year ago. So he's definitely good with the arts, right? But I'm just not sure if there's a future there. Mine aren't either. Because actually, when I was a kid, there was no money for this kind of Legos, for this amount of Legos. We literally have thousands of pounds in Legos. Yeah, same here. I think when I was a kid, I probably had like 1 or 2 sets of Legos. There was no money for that. My parents were not particularly well off. By the way, I'm originally from Portugal. I live in just outside Edinburgh. I am from Estarreja. It's a little village. Well, it's a city actually, small city. Between Porto and Aveiro. So it's basically this. So we have
Porto, Aveiro, which is another big city. Estarreja is right here. This is where I'm originally from. Estarreja. But I've been in Scotland since 2008, so it's been a very, very long time. But I can't get rid of the accent. You've probably been to Lisbon more often than I did. I think I've only been to Lisbon for the airport a few times. I never traveled much when I was in Portugal. Yeah, especially the Algarve. if you're British, right? If you go to Algarve, that I don't even count that as Portuguese anymore. Whenever I'm talking to British people, and they go, "Oh, I'm going to Portugal, I'm going to Algarve," and I just look at them and tell them that's not Portuguese anymore. Yeah. So you're proper Scottish. Speaking of Scottish, my oldest kid, he can put the proper Scottish accent. It's funny. They don't have the Scottish accent because I'm Portuguese. My wife is Hungarian, right? So they don't have the Scottish accent, but obviously they pick it up from school. And my oldest can put a funny Scottish Glaswegian accent on purpose. Do you have a Scottish accent? Scotland, freedom! '11th, you know that one? 11th. You know that old video in the lift? The lift with voice recognition in Scotland? Yeah, same as me. So I've learned English on my own because video games and just reading in general. So I've learned on my own in Portugal. So yeah, and movies, games. That's why I have more like of an American accent or Latin American. Yeah, the elevator skit. That was fun. Hey, that's old. It was funny. When I moved here, I moved originally to Dundee. Sheesh, that was a whole new thing. Dundonian. Yeah, I've been working from home for a bunch of years now. Right, I am just brainstorming something here on my tablet. Actually, I might need to go and take a break and go do some exercise. while it's not raining. It's kind of like turning here the weather. Like once I can look like one window is sunny, the other one is cloudy. No, it's fine. But like I said, Rigi, I have days that I just stop the stream because I'm not streaming anything that's fun to watch. As much as coding can be fun. Right, I think that's what I'm gonna do. I am going to stop the stream. I'm gonna decide if I go for exercise or have some food, because I haven't done either yet. And then I'll just brainstorm offline. I need to decide what to do with the asset library. Even like, man, before I go, this thing about brainstorming, right? Years ago, that's another thing that I see AI affecting me. Even though I'm not using agents or vibe coding like most people do, I'm just using it as a search tool, as the chatbot, right? Now, even this kind of situation that I'm now working on, like, okay, I'm trying to brainstorm about this. What can I do with the asset library to solve this problem and this problem? And I've noticed that these things were used to be me just sitting down, grab a pen, some paper, and just write down my thoughts and come up with a solution. I'm not even doing that nowadays. I'm finding it hard to do. It's like I feels like I'm so dependent on go to ChatGPT, right? Give me some ideas for this, and then I go from there as a starting point. See what I mean? I expand from there. And I'm finding it harder to just sit down on my own and come up with what I'm going to do about this thing with the asset library, right? But stupid stuff that I'm noticing that I'm just delegating some of the decisions, like the even like the starting point, right? How can I solve this? Oh, let's just see what can I find on ChatGPT, what suggestions. It's so stupid, man, especially with all the experience I have. Right, the cat is here again. The thing is, I'm aware of the problems, right? So let's see what I can do about them. If I can just start thinking completely by myself. The cat is back. I'm gonna just show you this fluff nugget. Pudding, where are you? There you are. It's called Pudding. Mr. Pudding. But he's a weirdo. He's a bit on the spectrum. Comes over for a cuddle, but on his own terms. If I pick him up, he just starts scrambling. He doesn't want to be... I mean, he's not aggressive. He's not gonna scratch me. But he doesn't come to my lap, doesn't stay on my lap, doesn't like getting picked up. He wants cuddles on his own terms. He's about 3 years old. Aren't you? And you already gave us some huge bills. About a year ago, he was really sick. He had to stay at the vet a few nights, and we ended up spending almost £2,000. You're a drain on my resources. He came to my desk now. Okay, he just came here. And then he just annoys the shit out of me because when I was a kid, I always had cats. And they come to my lap, and I could just work, right? And they would stay on my lap, and I just kept going on with things. And what this one does is, doesn't come to my lap because it doesn't like it. But if I go here and start working, look what it does. So it starts pushing my hand. I can't use the mouse. I literally can't use the mouse because it keeps pushing my hand. Because he wants cuddles, right? So I can't work. I can't get anything out of this relationship. That's what I normally tell him. It's like, I'm not getting anything out of this relationship. I can't work. I can't get the cuddles. I need to give him cuddles. It's like a little diva. Isn't it, mister? Yes, pretty much. When he does this, starts nagging me, I just bribe him with some food, like the nice food. Right? I just go, come on, pudding, give him some nice food, and then he stays away for an hour or so. But if he could come here and stay on my lap, I could just keep working. But no, starts pushing my hand. And then some days I don't have patience for that because, no, I had a bad day, the kids go to bed, and I'm going, okay, now I'm gonna work. And as soon as I sit down, it starts nagging me. And then I can't work. Isn't it? See, he got this share. I think he's done. He's off. Someone closed the door. He can't go. All right, he's waiting for me to open the door. All right, come on, pudding. He's off. Right, Frigi, I am gonna turn off and either take a break. I'm undecided, but I definitely need to do some exercise today. I might stream again later tonight. Right, take care. Thanks for watching, man. Nice of you hanging around. Right, take care. Bye-bye.